This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Sunset Safari here in Djuma with an African harrier hawk doing his thing. We saw him fly away from a tree before with some fox-tailed drongos chasing him. Now, it's not only myself out on safari in this wonderful afternoon. We've also got Tswalu with Johan here on Djuma, Kyle and BK out in Tswalu Kalahari, Yapi with Gert out in and beyond in Ngala, and Taylor and Niels on bushwalk in eco-training Pridens. And we do welcome you all on board your live African safari. Welcome on board my vehicle. My name is Steve Fogelman, joined by Paul on camera, and we, as always, are excited to have you with us. As always, we would love to hear from you, sending through your questions using the hashtag WildEarth. Throw them in on the YouTube chat stream, or if you are under 18, get your parents or guardians to send us email at kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. You can alternatively also go to the website, go to the Safari page after registering, of course, where you can submit your questions directly there. It is 33 degrees Celsius today, 91 degrees hot. It's not actually that warm. There's a little bit of cloud cover. But what myself and Paul are going to do after a wonderful morning with dogs is we're going to try and have a nice afternoon with a cat by the name of Hlangula that Tswalu had this morning. And I've driven past that tree that I think he's apparently in for 3 years. And I've said every time, oh, I'd love to have a leopard in this tree. Lo and behold, this morning, they had a leopard in that tree. So what a blessing. What a blessing. So the wild dogs are somewhere in this block over here. I'm pretty sure Trish is going to be seeing if she can find them. We lost them towards the end of the drive, which is pretty standard for wild dog. We had them for probably one of the longest times, almost one of the longest times that I've had before, with being a little bit busy. If they're sleeping, well, obviously can spend more time, but they were ferreting around. If you missed the show, one caught a scrub hare, dispatched it quite quickly. All the youngsters were trying to steal it and begging for it, but the adult that caught the scrub hare was having none of that. Watched him wolf it down, pun intended. Okay, well, the sun is now coming out and I feel the heat, but let's go have a look across properties what the weather forecast looks like. And hopefully many big cats. A very warm welcome to everybody here at Tswalu Kalahari. You can hear from the hustle and bustle that we are near a very large sociable weaver nest, and in frame is one individual of many on this mammoth nest. We've been here before. We've also seen a cobra too at this nest, and there's a hustle and bustle going on. You can hear the soft uttering call of the chicks within the nest. So a lot of parents have gone off to feed and now have come back with food for the little ones as well. But really nice to see this to start things off. So very good afternoon to everybody. My name is Kyle, behind camera is BK, and we have a very special guest on board with us this afternoon. His name is Josh, and he'll be joining you folks on board this lovely vehicle tomorrow morning. So a very big welcome to him. Alrighty, so this wonderful and very complex system going on here on our left-hand side.
it's very nice just to stop and appreciate the sheer numbers and how busy these birds constantly are. Nice, beautiful conical beak. You can see they eat seeds, predominantly seeds. They'll also eat insects when they are in abundance, especially now through the breeding period. That's what you want to be feeding those little ones. Blue-grey tinge to that conical shaped beak. But all in all, a very beautiful looking species. Got to keep the feathers in good order. So now the period that we're approaching, that's soon going to be upon us, which will be winter. These nests obviously allow these birds to survive in these areas, being at 10 to 15 degrees warmer within the very chilly, cold winter evenings. That one eluded you there, BK. Charles, do any other birds nest in these sociable weaver nests? Yes. You would have another sneaky little bird actually hijacking a nest in the evenings, which is a bird referred to as a acacia pied barbet. So sometimes this individual would come back here fairly early and actually hijack one of these nests from a pair. And we also have a falcon, a pygmy falcon, that utilizes these sociable weavers, and it's the only nest it utilizes in South Africa, utilizing a chamber of one of these sociable weavers. There is records of other bird species, but most prominently through a period here on Tswalu would be those two. Sure, a bird or two we watched, was it yesterday, BK, with the scaly feathered finch. That just shows you that birds will utilize a given opportunity if it presents itself. The other day we were busy watching the scaly feathered finch inhabit that white-browed sparrow weaver nest. Just shows you they will utilize whatever is available. So everybody busy with a little bit of feather maintenance. While they're foraging, they also pick up external parasites, and it's very important to remove them before they find a nice spot to attach themselves onto. Jetpack Boy, when we came around the corner, I made the comment that there was a hive of activity. Josh actually made a comment that he thought there might have been a snake here, and that's why we had spent a longer period here, and obviously now sitting and enjoy them. But initially we thought there was something here. There's a lot of activity going on right now. Just sitting here and just listening to the noise is a very beautiful element. Something that I find myself doing quite a lot. So Jeff, in these dry regions is where these birds do prefer to build these very large nests. So if you find them geographically, you only find them in the northern part or section of South Africa, stretching a little bit further northwest. And if you think about these large masses, if they were in wetter regions, you would find a lot more buildup of certain bacteria or even algae and things that you don't want within a nest. So these dry areas are perfect to build such large mammoth structures. And I mean, we've been seeing how many birds have been crossing that screen. There are plenty of them. Laura, this is a structure that will be continuously maintained and developed. It is one mammoth structure that can last quite a while, over a decade at times. So it is a continual building process, and it is something that is constantly maintained. There will be parts that break off, especially now through a period that we've just gone through, which is the rainy season. There are certain nests throughout Tswalu that unfortunately have fell victim to a little extra weight, and that's where the branch cannot withstand it. But yeah, it's a building process that does not stop. Big nests can exceed a ton, and this is just dry material that a single bird has collected over a very long period. So one bird flying off, collecting one piece of material and bringing it back, and then amalgamating it to this large structure. It looks like a few of them have started moving off now. There's another big nest on the right-hand side, and you can just hear them moving from the nest. A lot of activity, especially from the little ones uttering the call, "Feed me, feed me." So grasshoppers, crickets, caterpillars, as will be very, very high-priced items for these developing young. But while we enjoy this nest for a little bit longer, let's send you over to Yapi to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome to And Beyond Ngala, where we are currently looking for a pride of lions that was seen in this area this morning. I haven't picked up on any tracks yet, but then again, this road is also quite busy today, so there's a lot of vehicles going up and down, and because of that, we did not get to see any clear signs of them. Now, it's a very humid afternoon. It's not as hot. There's some cloud cover coming over, and because of that, there is a good chance that these lions might have moved. When the weather's like this, it's not surprising to me if they do decide to move. I am Yapi, and behind the camera we've got Gert. Now, somewhere over here in this area, this is where they were seen last, and it's a very, very tricky area. It actually looks quite open, but the reality of it is that the grass is so long at the moment that we don't actually know exactly where they'd be hiding. The other factor in this particular area is also the amount of zebra, impala and wildebeest that's around. There are some clearings here. This area is mostly gabbro soils, and because of that we have some good feeding grounds here. And because of that, there's a lot of things to draw the attention of the lions. And it's always good to stop a little, have a scan, and a listen out Not that it's something that I'm bargaining on, but with the regards to the fact that there are so many other general game animals in this area, there's a chance that some of them might encounter the lions. Lazily sleeping under the trees. Sorry, I just heard something and it sounds like it might be elephants or something splashing around vigorously within a mud puddle somewhere nearby. So I'm going to move slightly forward and see if I can get a view of something. Sounds like it's off somewhere towards our left. Now, one of the best things about this area at this point is that this area is just filled with mud puddles everywhere, seasonal puddles that form. And because of that, and the fact that the trees in this area, also trees that's well sought after by large herbivores, so we do find a lot of elephant movement in this particular part of the reserve at the moment. But it's really tricky. I don't see anything in the direction that I heard something. I'm just going to stop again and listen out carefully. Now, what I thought I heard was the ears of elephants, as well as the splashing of water. But I think we'll spend some time in this area, have a look and see if we do have some luck on our side. In the meantime, we'll go find out what Trish is up to this afternoon.
Yappy, that's exactly what I want to hear. I want to hear the flapping of elephants' ears and some splashing of water. That's exactly what I want today. Some elephants playing in the water. Hello, everyone. Hello, it's me, Trishala. I've got Johan on camera, and that's what we're looking for today. We're looking for some elephants. And that's apart from looking for, you know, our obvious favorite friends like the lions and leopards and multitude of little things like birds and chameleons. Speaking of a bird, here's a nice blacksmith lapwing to start us off. But I'm actually heading towards Vuyatela Dam, which is a nice big dam in front of the lodge, hoping to find some elephants, maybe even moving towards the dam. That would make me happy. Hello, blacksmith lapwing. Nice to see you around. There's so many little pools of water all over the place. We're seeing lapwings in lots of different areas, because usually we see them around water bodies. Now you're just seeing them all over the place. There's one coming to join. Did you hear that? That's them calling. There we go. You usually see them in pairs like this. There's a pair at Treehouse Dam that is at least one of the females. She keeps sitting down, but I don't see any eggs where she's sitting down. And they're very, very difficult to see the eggs of these birds, and that's because they're ground nesting birds, so their eggs have to be especially camouflaged. The bobbing of their heads are very obvious. That's why I like watching them. Oh, and off they go. And so will we go. When they bob their heads like that, they're trying to gauge how far away from them something is in relation to something else. So they're going to move their heads, kind of like the way your dog moves its head. Anyway, we're going to head off to the dam now. Hopefully there'll be some elephants around.
Hi, my name is Damon and I'm a guide here at and Beyond Pinder Private Game Reserve. Join me and our resident ecologist Craig Sholto Douglas at the fireside on the 21st of March for a discussion on 2 of our conservation projects. In early 2016, and Beyond was faced with the fact that without some serious intervention, our rhino population could be in some serious trouble. And so a decision was made to start a rhino dehorning program. Sadly, the fastest mammal on land, the cheetah, is also racing towards extinction. The and Beyond Pinder conservation team has been working on a project that aims to increase the genetic integrity of cheetah in protected areas around the country. Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and join us for a lively debate where we'll answer as many of your questions as possible.
For all of you Wild Earth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and Beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
So, just beyond this stand of magic warriors in front of us, there is an elephant bull, and this is what we heard just now. You might be able to see him move through bushes at the back, but he's just casually moving away in a direction off from us.
Sorry about that, guys. You know how it is out in the bush. We're just happy to be able to bring all this nature to you. We'll get Ngala back in no time. Well, here we have a red-billed hornbill. There were no elephants close to the dam or in the dam, splashing about. But there's always a hornbill or two to give some attention to. They'd be busy looking for, this one would be busy looking for some insects to chow down on, or even a nice bit of loose sand to get between those feathers. Clean itself, clean an itch. I think they don't get enough attention, or as much attention as they deserve. I wouldn't want to say this too loud, but of the yellow-billed and the red-billed, the yellow-billed is my preference. But the red-billed is also gorgeous. He looks a bit like a rock star. It almost looked like he was peering through the grass there. I say he because it is a male. It's got the black at the bottom. Sinak, you say yay, a hornbill. Are you a big fan of hornbills? They're pretty cool. I think this one's quite curious about us. So females don't have that black patch on their lower mandible or the bottom bit of their beak. It's just all plain red. They're quite comical, aren't they? But because we see them all around camp, you know, constantly, we tend not to give them as much attention. What are you looking for? Pete, you'd like to know how many or which hornbill species we get in Djuma? We get the yellow-billed hornbill, the red-billed hornbill like this one. We get the ground hornbill. We get and the African grey hornbill. The trumpeter hornbill, you do get in close by, but I haven't seen them on Djuma, although there may have been sightings of them on Djuma, but I haven't seen them. It's quite a few species. It looks like it's so desperately searching for something. Has to be food. It always is with you guys, isn't it? Once one of our crew members took breakfast outside, just at the table outside the kitchen, and then decided to leave it there while he went to get some cutlery. I don't think we can see it again. So he just left it on there for 2 seconds. He says, just going to get some cutlery. And then the monkeys came and pulled his breakfast. But it was a wrap, right? It was a breakfast wrap. And then when the monkey pulled it, all the contents of the wrap were strewn across the ground. And the hornbills just like swooped in on him. It was the most crazy thing to watch, because the hornbills were all over him, the squirrels were all over on the ground, and then the monkeys on top of that trying to eat the wrap. He was not very happy, as one would imagine. And you know the way they cock their heads back and then drop whatever they've eaten down their throats, because, you know, they can't move the food down their beak. Just see this multitude of hornbills going eating around him, and him looking very, very sad. If there's food anywhere around camp, there will be a hornbill not very far. Okay, so we're now going to head through, I think we're going to take Vulture's Nest. I haven't taken Vulture's Nest Road in a long time, because I want to go down to Twin Dams and see if there's some elephants around. Because it's so warm and so humid. If I were an elephant, I'd want to be playing in some water right now. Oh, this is cool. This is Giraffe Dip. The majority of the time we don't see water here. So it's really nice to see water. This is actually an extension of the Mulwati down here. Jerome, you say that so many animals must terrorize our camp. so many animals. From a golden orb web spider that has now built her web between the new rooms and the camp, which is, you know, like a less than over 100-meter walk. That spider to monkeys, vervet monkeys, baboons, birds, squirrels. There's a big bull that has discovered that the marula tree in camp has huge marulas, or had, not as many now. So he's been coming through as well. Hyenas, actually less frequently recently. But the monkeys have been having a great old time at camp recently. They recently ransacked Lauren's room while she was still here. Foam nest frogs all over the place. I don't even know how they managed to get into my room, but they do. And then I take them out, and then they come back in. Geckos as well, not a huge fan myself. I have a monitor lizard, a rock monitor lizard that's living in kind of the, what's that called? The part of a house that comes a little bit extra out, the roof that comes a little extra out. Yeah, the overhang. There we go. Thank you, Johan. The overhang that creates some shade on the patio. Or the awning. Thank you. There's a rock monitor that's living in there, and he comes down every now and then and he walks like that. He's about this big. Not very big at all, but he's actually most likely the same one from a year ago that was living in the same spot. It's always interesting to see those types of animals and be able to see them over a course of a year, because we don't usually have that kind of information to say a rock monitor lizard that's a year old is this long. That kind of information you don't have unless you've been lucky enough to see those animals in person and learn about them in person. So we're now on Vulture's Nest. We're going to make our way towards the Mawati and Twin Dams and hope that there'll be elephants swimming or about to swim. That would be ideal. But I'm going to send you over to Yapi in the meantime at Ngala. Maybe he's found his elephants.
So, still haven't had any luck with this lions. And from the reports that we've got, it seems like they might have moved from their last position. Now, normally, this is when one would look for some tracks and then try and track them down by following whatever signs they've left behind on the ground. But it is quite dense in certain areas, and judging or taking from the time of the day, how hot it is, there's a good chance these lions will be somewhere where it's thick and where it's nice and cool in the shade, which means that it might be, well, there might be a chance that you might surprise them, which is something that I really don't want to be doing. But just have a look at that scenery. What an amazing, vast expanse of land. Literally everywhere you look is protected area. All the way up to the furthest hill and beyond even. Also, one of the amazing things is that there is probably so many animals in those blocks that we are not aware of. There's a block on that side that is so large, it is almost a fifth of the entire Ngala, and it's got absolutely no roads in it. And whatever moves in there very likely have few encounters with people at all. think one saving grace that we just experienced is that there's a nice little breeze that's picked up. And this little breeze might cool things down to the point where these lines might start moving a little bit earlier than expected initially. Carl, I was waiting for your question. Do we ever get to explore those blocks without roads? Yes, we do. And personally, that's one of my favorite things to do. I like spending a lot of time on foot, walking, especially in wild areas where you don't often get the time to actually spend time on foot. Some areas are quite dense. There's a large riverbed that runs through there. It's a dry riverbed that links into the Timbavati further up, and it's a completely different type of habitat for this area. And I know we've occasionally tried to track down leopards in that area, as well as lions with cubs, trying to look for areas to safely den. Now, there is not much happening here at this stage. I think what we might do is drive a little bit up. I saw a lot of wildebeest and some zebra up ahead. See what the situation is there. Maybe they have picked up on something. If not, then we will come back to this area and have a proper look for these lions. Yolanda, it is very quiet and peaceful this side of the world. I think peaceful in the sense that it's hot. That makes it quite peaceful for animals like the zebra and the wildebeest, because they know when it's very hot, the predators won't be doing much. Predators have to reserve their energy. They're more active after dark when they have the advantage. Not all predators, but most of the large predators in this particular area. Now, I was wondering whether these animals would have moved during the middle of the day, considering that there were some cloud cover. But it's actually, even though there's still clouds in, it looked early on that there might be some cover coming over, but it looks now that it's moved away, and I think it's going to be pretty hot up until at least sundown. So even if we do find it, I don't expect too much from the lions. If they would have moved, they would have made their move in the middle of the day rather. The only thing is I've noticed that sometimes they get up, they start to hunt, and then they can cover distance quite quickly, because once their presence are known, then they will push the general game animals out of the area, which means that they're going to have to move on. You can see some zebra as well as wildebeest. Jill, whilst walking, have I ever encountered some risky moments? I'd say there were some more exciting moments, certainly. Whether they're risky, I usually try at all costs to avoid any form of risk. I don't think that's something that we'd like to attempt, but you do see very interesting stuff. You do occasionally surprise animals, and in that case you try and make your way out of the area as soon as possible. Now if you have a look here, this is why this area is so popular amongst the large predators at the moment. Wildebeest as well as some zebra. One thing I haven't noticed, which is quite interesting, is I haven't noticed a lot of impala. You can see that wildebeest is a little bit suspicious of us, but he's standing in the shade like any other animal that's not too active at the moment would be doing. You can see there are some of them feeding, mainly zebras, out in the open. I think it's cooled down sufficiently now for these animals to start moving. You can see some of that zebra in the middle is looking over towards a different group of zebra that's just come into the area. And from the tails, one can see it's going vigorously left and right. I think it's because of all the flies. There's quite a few flies here. And with this long grass and the puddles in between, I'm sure it's a breeding ground for flies at the moment. All the animal dung, the amount of animals moving through this area consume a lot of grass. Daniel, yes, these zebras and the wildebeest tails have a mind of their own. And I think literally these animals are probably just trying their best to swat away whatever buzzing insect is nearby. And that is an effort in itself. You can see the whole time the heads are twitching backwards, the skins are twitching. They're still not deterred from feeding. It's almost as if they're trying to get as much food as possible at the moment. Also standing out in the open, capitalizing on the cool breeze coming through. One of the benefits of moving in large groups like this, of course, for younger animals and animals that can't really protect themselves too well, is all the eyes. Out of all these animals, one of them is bound to have their heads up in a different direction, have a look around. Now, another interesting thing that's happening here, and I noticed the other day looking at an elephant feeding that most of the grasses have actually already flowered. There are still some here and there that's still flowering. And I've noticed throughout the season that you often find the zebras like walking with their head up feeding, eating the flowering parts of the grasses and then cropping it down slightly. Now I see the heads look like it's quite low down in most cases, kind of like the wildebeest. And also where those animals are, the grasses are slightly shorter. But while we continue our search for those lions, we will head over to Kyle in Tswalu.
We too are feeling the heat here today. Around about 29 degrees Celsius, that's about 85 degrees Fahrenheit. So we are finding shady spot to shady spot. Ooh, look at that on the right hand side, a brew. Your BK is on the birding today. That bird on the right hand side there, folks, that is a brew. Very nice bird to see, and one of the prettiest calls you'll hear, one of mine favorite calls out in the bush. Very active bird within the canopies of trees, looking for caterpillars, grasshoppers. Very active bird within the canopy of trees. Initially we were going to start in a fork-tailed drongo there. Anyway, we've looked at this beautiful tree. This would be the host species of the the brown-veined white butterflies, a very important larval food for them. And so there might be remnants of these caterpillars, their larval stage, still within this tree. And so finding a suitable meal within the tree like this is great. It's very sneaky at the moment, but BK keeping up with this bird until we get a good view of it. There we go. There's a few other birds in this tree. There's a fork-tailed drongo and a common scimitar bull. So there's a lot of food in and around the foliage here. You can see how he's looking, scanning each branch. From one branch to another, quick hop. Beautiful, look at that. Very hard bird to photograph as well if you're into photography in the bush. One of the more challenging species. Here's the fork-tailed drongo, just a silhouette of his tail on the right-hand side. Sure. But we can see the white washed bark. Gracie, new bird, fantastic. Always happy to hear when somebody has sighted a new bird. Been really important for early inhabitants back in the day. They would have also utilized this tree to a great extent. So using birds like that you'll see now in picture, obviously using birds like us to prick up on predators and also to find source of food. But the tree itself would have been referred back in the day as the tree of life. So the life-giving properties that this tree can boast is quite remarkable. So from having edible leaves, the fruit's edible as well, but then the shape of some of these trees provide a brilliant source of water through times that we've just gone through now, favorable periods, rainy periods. So the way that the trunk grows, they create these natural cavities, and those cavities fill up with water through these rainy periods, and they can sustain water for a good couple of weeks after the rains have passed. So in all, a very, very important tree in this area. And it's just nice when you can recognize a tree very easily when it's got a very defining characteristic. Back on the brew. It's going to start slowing down a bit, the bird life itself. We would have those residents in our winter numbers around about 80 species, but still set in a western semi-arid savanna region like this over here, it's still a great number. And as birders would know, anybody who loves anything, if you have that constantly around you, there's always something to look at. And that's the great thing about birding. No matter where you are, you can do it. So it's more likely this brew, this will be a pair feeding within this shepherd's tree. and on the move. So it does not sit still for very long. So obviously, like I said, insects of various kinds, so grasshoppers, caterpillars, ants and termites. So basically it's an insectivorous feeding bird.
Please join me this Saturday evening for a town hall meeting. It'll be live, and it's an opportunity for me to tell you about what Wild Earth is, where we're coming from, and where we're going to. And it's an opportunity for you to ask some questions, give us some feedback, and even maybe get more involved in Wild Earth going forward. 7:30 this Saturday evening, wildearth.tv. It's open to all. You've just got to be registered on our website, and we'd love to see you there.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I'll tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how Wild Earth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
Oh, sorry everybody. It seems as though we're having a bit of communication trouble. I think I'm live, but I'm not sure. I just heard live. Anyways, we are looking at a creature that's actually staring at me right now. I'm holding its gaze. Don't worry, I promise I'm not going to eat you while it tries to hide behind another leaf. Isn't that a beautiful little thing? But I shall tell you more about it in just a moment, because we still have to do our intro. Hello everybody, my name is Taylor McCurdy, and on camera with me today, wait, let me just make sure this insect doesn't get swung off the plant, is Niels, and we're here at Pridelands, which is part of Tswalu Game Reserve, and the Great Kruger. But what we were looking at just a moment ago, and we'll have another closer look again, is a praying mantis. Oh, sorry, hang on, Niels, just wait. You keep pushing the plant. There we go. Now try coming. You might be able to see. Sorry, we seem to be struggling with signal and all sorts of things today. So my apologies for seeming unprepared, but we didn't hear that you were coming to us. But you can see that this is quite a young praying mantis. They're amazing creatures. I can't even believe that I managed to spot this one, because this has got the perfect camouflage of a leaf as well as the little stems. And this praying mantis is sitting on a zebra wood at the moment. And it's so weird. You know what it reminds me of? If you've ever had a snake rear up and stare at you, this is what this moment feels like. Obviously way less threatening because it's just a praying mantis. But it's just really funny how the praying mantis is obviously looking at me, and I must seem like a massive threat. I mean, I'm towering over the top of it. But praying mantis, if you could only understand me, I promise you I'm not going to eat you at all. Now, this one actually looks like it's got its wings already, so I don't think it's a nymph. I think it should be able to fly. It's just opening its forelimbs now, which they'll normally use those to shoot forward and capture their prey. I'd love to try and turn it around somehow. There we go. Oh, that worked. I didn't even have to do anything. I just moved the top branch. Now you can see its head. But look at that. I don't know how close you are able to see the finer details, though, on its head and on its forelimbs. It's almost like brown camouflage sort of colors, which is awesome, which is really, really going to hide it well. So if it were to move onto the stem, it would still blend in quite nicely and wouldn't stand, and that green wouldn't stand out as well. This is an awesome specimen, though. I haven't got a cooking clue, however, which species of praying mantis this is. We see so many different ones, and there are plenty out and about. We definitely see them around the dinner table, where all the lights are, catching all the insects. How awesome is that? Don't attack me. I don't want you to attack me. It's such a pleasure to see them, though. Ferocious predators. And there are plenty of aphids, and what else have we been seeing on the plants? Lots of caterpillars and things, but I don't think praying mantises eat caterpillars. But I reckon they'd probably like to catch some of the aphids and plant hoppers that I've been seeing. Also lots of new species that I haven't seen before. But I think we shall let it do its thing. Sorry, I'm just going to gently let go this very young zebra wood, and hope that I'm not hooked on it, because it does have spines on it. The last thing that I'd like to do is have this plant grab hold of me, and then I move quite dramatically, and then the insect flings off. But we are at Leopard Dam. Maybe you saw some water in the distance, but unfortunately no elephants around here today. I think they're all still around camp and at Ndlovu Dam. But I'm not sure if I'm... Wait. I don't even know if this thing is here anymore. Okay, it's still on there. Right, we're going to carry on and hopefully find some other wonderful things to show you. Off we go across to Tswalu to see what's happening on their side.
Okay, welcome back on board here with myself, BK, and Josh. So like I said, folks, Josh will be taking over from tomorrow morning. And it's really nice when a full team can be on board here with you folks, just to show you the true scope of a guiding team in terms of knowledge, understanding. Oh, African hoop hoop. Whoa, we don't see that a lot. You got it there, BK? Oh, there it goes. And bit far in the tree. It's in that shepherd's tree at a distance. African hoop hoop. And not a bird that we get to see here often. Nope. Okay, well, but we do have some springs. Yes, and they're the meerkats. That's what we have been looking for. So like I mentioned there, Josh will be joining us, and it's really nice where we can share as much knowledge as possible of this wonderful and vast place. And also the guide, because guides obviously have a great interest in a lot of things out here. And that's hard work and dedication over years, and then to be able to share that knowledge is such a beautiful thing. That's what we were looking for. Taking a little bit of a shady pit stop. So it is fairly hot, and seeking shade through those hotter periods of the day is a very important thing. Oh, golden-tailed woodpecker. So seeking a bit of shade like this provided from trees is a great thing, but they can also seek refuge in, especially through those hotter periods of the day, even going underground where the temperature would be fairly cool and consistent. But standing out like this and keeping vigilance to a very, very high degree is obviously very important, as we've seen over the past couple of months. lot of cloud cover this afternoon again. As you say, that cloud cover quickly developed into a large mass and then just a sheer downpour. That's when all those cumulus clouds bunch up and unite forces, but it doesn't look like it's going to be coming down this afternoon, maybe this evening. So that golden-tailed woodpecker, so it's male and female calling there. So the female's a bit further and the male's right next to us. One of the larger woodpecker species that we have here. Andrew, their biggest threat would definitely be birds of prey, so raptors. Snakes would also be a threat, and things like rock monitor lizards, but birds of prey out here is definitely one of your top threats. You need to be constantly vigilant because they can come in from a host of different angles. And through the longer grass you do have African wildcats and small spotted, but birds of prey at these midday periods are definitely a very, very big threat out here. So pale chanting goshawk being our most prominent raptor on Tswalu. We've also got one or two eagles that come through every now and then. So you really need to be on your game out here. So where they forage, they tend to forage in fairly open areas. So it's only when you're crossing a thick area that you could get caught by an African wildcat or a smaller carnivore. But yeah, raptors can be very clever at times. We could see the speed the other day of that lanner falcon. I mean, that's lightning quick. But where communication plays a very important role out here to keep everybody safe. So one individual is given like the small purring, constant purr, rrr, rrr, rrr. And that's just notifying to all of the members that everything is fine, so that they can go on by their normal business without the worry of a predator. Now the one on the right is eating something there. It might be eating armored ground catadid. So I've been finding that the juveniles or sub-adults actually eat just the abdomen. And the adults that have been around for a while, they consume the whole animal. Yep, the one on the right is definitely eating an armored ground. Oh my word. Can you get in a bit closer there, BK, by any chance? You see that, Josh? Yeah, it is eating something much larger. So we can't see 100% what that meerkat is consuming, but it's larger than an insect. And the body mass does look very pinkish. Sorry? Okay, so Josh has got a little bit of height over there, and he says it looks like a rodent. You can see how that individual is not sharing a single piece. It's just a lot of light on the screen, so I can't even see. But what I'm actually going to do, just to confirm here, so with these individuals, they obviously are relaxed with our presence. BK, I'm just going to get off the vehicle very quickly. And I'm just going to go and confirm, because that looks very weird. And with these animals, obviously over the time that we've walked them and been close to them, they're not too bothered by our presence, but I want to know it's eating. Good. Whatever it is, it's big. Yeah, I really can't make out clearly what it's eating. Oh, the female on the left is also very pregnant. You can see how large her belly is, the one that's crossing the individual that's feeding there on his right-hand side. Look how extended her belly is. So if there's any remnants left behind, we're going to have to look at what exactly it is he's fed on. Well, wow. It's a very large item. I just can't make out properly what it is, and we're going to have to take a closer look if there's anything left behind. Can you still see there, BK? Can you? Sorry? So obviously, like we've seen over the past couple of weeks, these animals mainly eat insects. A small reptile every now and then, legless skink or gecko, it's not uncommon. They are carnivores, so taking a rodent and see why not, but that looks large. And you can see there's no sharing. That little one got close, and that adult showed quick and high amounts of regression. What is it caught? It hasn't caught, it's a piece of... Okay, let's move up there quickly, folks. Josh might have seen something that would give it away. It might be ground squirrel pups. And you can see these animals are at this burrow system. So they're eating over here somewhere. There it is there. Just for all sensitive viewers, please be advised. So, still trying to piece together what's actually really going on here. Wow. That looks like a full-on adult tail of a ground squirrel. See there? Oh my word. Oh my word. Okay, so this is very first. So it looked like just the remnants of the tail of a ground squirrel. Yep. That is definitely the remnants of a ground squirrel. Oh my word. What? And you can see there's no sharing of food. When it comes to sitting down to a meal, there's no sharing here. There's only sharing for a certain period when The pups are assisted by a babysitter. That's where the babysitter will provision food for this little one. And over a given period, that food giving process would diminish, obviously stimulating this one to feed itself. But this is very different. You can see the tail. That's definitely the tail of a ground squirrel. This is so crazy, guys. Have you ever heard of them eating Josh's eyes? His eyes are huge. Let's just say hello to Josh, maybe quickly, everybody. Okay, wait, maybe let's do it later. We've got something quite crazy now. Sorry, Josh. I'm running ahead of myself here, guys. I don't know what to think right now. So Josh's eyes are also extremely large. I've not read of meerkats killing and consuming ground squirrels. But we're all together in this and we're all seeing the same thing. So initially we thought it was a pup because there is a burrow system over here that looks like it is being inhabited. But the tail length here, that is an adult. So maybe there was a bit of confrontation, a little brawl, and things just kind of went south. Or did they actively kill it? I mean, wow. My word. It's going to be a bit of aggression. Look at that. Quick turnaround and obviously uttering a growl just to deter that other individual. And now it's going after an armored ground catadid. Just going to reverse the vehicle slightly here. Okay, you got a view there, BK. Yeah, folks, this is a very, very first for me, and in a few years being here on Tswalu and being in and amongst these very complex little animals, and this is a very, very first. It's like one of those times where you'll tell a guide, this is what happened, and then he would ask you, where's the footage? Well, one of those crazy moments where you wish you had your camera, or wish you had recorded it. But that's the beautiful thing about being out in the bush, is that every day you're going to be surprised by one or other elements within nature. We're going to suss out a little bit more what's going on here. We're going to hold position, but let's send you quickly over to Taylor for an update.
That is absolutely amazing, Kyle. I've never seen that either, and I wouldn't have expected meerkats to eat small mammals, but I've never seen meerkats before. Anyways, we have also happened upon something bizarre, and I cannot even understand what is happening right here. Obviously, I know that this is a leadwood tree that looks like has been pushed over by elephants, and I think in a combination with the very, very wet soils that we have at the moment, they've pushed it over. There's a lot of damage that's done to the tree by the elephants, but that's not why we're here. This tree is covered in flies, in chafer beetles of sorts, and even other beetles that I've never even seen in my life, and I don't even know what they are. And there's butterflies flying around. It's so strange. I don't know if you can see, are you on the black beetle with the white markings again? Are you on a butterfly? Sorry, I can't see what Niels is filming. I'm standing on the other side of the tree, just amazed by all of this. Now, there's like weird white stuff coming out of the tree. I don't know if it is resin, and I don't know if it is sap. Obviously, yesterday we were speaking quite in depth about resin on the sunset safari, how resin or the gum of the tree is typically amber in color, and it's normally quite sticky. And then obviously sap from the tree is normally quite liquid in color, if that makes sense. It's a very watery texture. And there's this white stuff. It almost looks like a larvae, but I don't think it's alive. And the flies, the butterflies, the beetles, they all seem to be feeding on it. Which butterflies are you on? Oh, yeah. I also don't know what species of butterflies are. I think they might be one of the Caraxes. But if you look here, This is the white stuff that you can see. I'm being covered in flies now. This is disgusting. There's some kind of a beetle there. I think it's a chafer beetle, one of them, of sorts. It just sort of reminds me of it. I've never seen a black and white one like this before, and I think these are coppery-tailed bush flies, and they're all feeding on this stuff. Now, I'm so tempted to squish it and to feel it, because I don't know. Oh, hang on, I found someone that no one is eating. Ooh, it's soft. I'm going to pull it out. And it's also really weird. This entire tree smells like fermented fruit. And I don't know why, because it's a leadwood tree. You know, if it was a marula tree, it's understandable. If there's some fruit left over, maybe a troop of baboons have come through and popped the pips out and just left the skins, and being in the hot sun, you would get that scent. But I cannot work out what the smell is, which is probably what is attracting the flies and the butterflies, I would imagine, as the smell. Now, when I smell the tree, it doesn't smell like anything. I've now pulled a piece of the stuff. I don't know if you can see it in my hand. I'm just going to try. I don't want to tilt it. It's not sticky. It's gooey, but it's not leaving a residue on my fingers like the resin of a tree would, which is really interesting. And it doesn't smell either. So I'm very confused as to what is actually happening here. But I really do think that the scent of rotten fruit is drawing all these insects around here. Then, Niels, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind coming around this side. Niels is going to have to do the long way around. You might have to go all the way around the lead, which you're going to see how he's going to have to navigate through the bushes now. Oh, watch your antenna. Okay, there go all three antennas. Oh, no, they're back up again. No rush. You can take your time. I promise the beetles aren't going to go anywhere. But this way you'll get probably nicer light. No, don't go away. Let me just move this for you. Look at that thing. There's another really big beetle. It almost looks like an acacia click beetle, but it isn't an acacia click beetle. It's the wrong color. This one is black in color. It's got a very long carapace, and it's almost got feathered antenna, and I can't think of what beetle it is. I don't know if it's a wood-boring beetle. It doesn't look like it's got particularly big mandibles. I can't see any like massive pincers or anything like that coming from its mouth. But anyways, it's all very strange, and I think you can hear all of the flies moving around. And then one last thing I want to show you, just because this is such an awesome thing to see on this blade of grass, which I've just spotted. You might be able to see a little bit of a creamy color on the seeds of this grass. That is a crab spider. And this crab spider has put itself in the most perfect position because it will camouflage itself to the grass, and they specialize in catching flying creatures. So again, it doesn't build a web. It will wait there and will hope that a fly that's buzzing around, or a butterfly or a bee, will land on this grass and then it will capture it. How epic is that? Well, what an awesome moment. It's again, I have absolutely no idea what's going on. So if you do, hashtag Wild Earth and let me know what your thoughts are.
On the 27th of April, Wild Earth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what Wild Earth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
Wild Earth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we.
Alright, so back to this crazy scene. Myself and Josh and BK were just trying to understand the dynamics and what could have gone on here. So there is recordings of obviously meerkats being optimistic, but them actively hunting the animal to kill it would have been a very rare occasion, or not possible at all, because if you look at meerkats and ground squirrels, they co-inhabit burrows. So ground squirrels dig a lot of these burrows and then meerkats pull in, and they coincide or co-inhabit these burrow systems almost on a regular basis, along with things like yellow mongoose, but ground squirrels a lot. So, you know, we're just looking at it now. The scene might not be them killing this animal, although there could have been a possibility of a confrontation, but then we would have found an individual with bite marks, because a ground squirrel has overgrown in sizes, and a ground squirrel will not hesitate to bite if it was threatened or was in a life-threatening situation. So what could have happened here is that the ground squirrel could have been killed by something else, and these meerkats stumbled upon it. But regardless, still an amazing, exciting sighting, and one that's been a first for me along with Josh and BK today, which is amazing. Just shows every single day you're absolutely blown away out here. You never know what you're going to expect. I always still guess that, you know, we can have a game plan, we can have a POA, but as soon as we leave that lodge, it's kind of like throwing a pawpaw into the fan. And plans just kind of just go everywhere. And you've got to be open to, you know, be flexible out here. Oh my word. So if it was an immediate threat, I've been in a situation where a group of meerkats has found a baby African wildcat inside one of their burrows, and the whole group basically killed this baby African wildcat, but they didn't proceed to consume it. So that would have been an immediate threat. They eliminated the threat, but then they left the carcass there. Whereas in here, whatever happened to the ground squirrel, they are consuming the body. And they are in the carnivore order, so, you know, they consume meat of various kinds, but insects is their thing. But regardless, shows you're just learning. Jerome, we've just been focusing on this one over here and just seeing on obviously the process it's going through. The other one is just behind the bush, and I think he is still busy, to be totally honest. Oh no, he's left it too. So once these meerkats move through, we do have confirmation we all saw the tail, but you know, they wouldn't have consumed the skull of the animal. Small bones and then the fleshy parts of the body would have been consumed. As you can see, this individual is consuming as much as possible. You can see see her is using those premolars to cut and shear through that tougher part. And I mean, there's an abundance of food right now. So even coming across a ground squirrel carcass and consuming it just shows you that they kind of will waver here and there and consume things that they don't normally consume. Just showing you that when opportunity presents itself, as I've always liked to say, that an organism will seize it. It's not like, oh, I'll just go back there later and consume it. It's not like walking to your kitchen and going to the fridge. Out here, it's an opportunity. You've got to grab it and run for the hills, because you never know when that opportunity is going to present itself again. And when the good is going, you might as well just go with it. Barbara, I don't think there'll be any problem with the digestive process from here. Not at all. They are carnivores, so their digestive tracts are modified and designed in a way to consume protein and various other elements. So if you think about insects, chitin is a very big thing. So the consumption of other organisms is not a problem. So consuming a bit of meat like this over here, like I said, they will also go for a legless skink if they find it, a gecko. So really no problem. You might just have a little tummy cramp later, just the amount is consumed. Of course, when you look at a meerkat, when it is busy foraging, 30, roughly, on a favourable period, 30 prey items within an hour they can consume. And we suddenly have a bit of wind, a lot of cloud cover, and it looks like they are moving off a bit further. Let me just reverse for us, BK. Sorry, folks, let me just reverse for us so we can get a clear view of what's going on there. But really special to be able to sit. Sorry? And they're all moving off now. And they're moving straight back to this burrow system. So there is a bit of cloud cover, and if it does rain, you want to seek shelter out here. And having knowledge, extensive knowledge on where the burrow systems are, and as well as all the bolt holes. Bolt holes are small, almost single tunnels leading down into a small chamber. So the alpha female would have extensive knowledge on the layout of the land out here. And that's very important to keep the rest of the colony safe, because if there's an immediate threat, she knows the shortest way to safety, basically. And you can see they're kind of just hanging around here at the moment. Damien, I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that it would take the meat down into the burrow system. Burrows have a very high degree of cleanliness or hygiene. You'll see that every morning they remove fecal matter that has obviously been deposited from the evening. Is that if you start bringing meat and various food items down there, you're going to start attracting a lot of insects, and then from there parasites, and you don't want parasites obviously where you sleep. So when it comes to burrow systems, they need to be fairly tidy, and taking down especially meat wouldn't be a nice thing for the inhabitants. You need to be clean when obviously you go to bed. That's why we shower before bedtime. So any kids watching right now, when mom says shower or dad says shower before bedtime, it's obviously very important. Don't want a parasite build up. Okay, it looks like we're going to continue the foraging for the afternoon. And we notice that female, the alpha female's tummy, look at the baby carrying the part of the carcass there. On the far right-hand side, BK. Go right. There we go. That little one's dragging and it's actually having trouble moving. Yeah, so more than likely they came across that ground squirrel. So the ground squirrel might have been killed by something and then the predator might have been disturbed, leaving that... Oh, and everybody is now... Just watch the front individual there. All in a line. Tails erect. Looks like they're going to go straight back to a larger burrow system now. You can see progressing up or forward and then making sure that the area in front of them is safe and sound. But as they move off, we're going to reposition. But let's send you over to Yapi, who's on a bumble.
So, we are still looking for those lions and we haven't had much luck. But what we have been getting quite a bit of this afternoon is amazing scenes. If you have a look, you can see that wildebeest looks quite content. I notice his mouth moving. It's stopped now, but give it a little while. There we go. So it's just swallowed the ball of cud and now regurgitated it again. And then if you look at the grasses all around them, you'll notice that it's moving. Now, normally, the animals would be laying down chewing the cud, at least during the heat of the day. So why he would be standing, I guess would be that he is trying to cool down a little bit with that breeze coming through as well. You can see the ears moving constantly. It's only one that I've noticed. More than likely a male or a territorial male. He's probably got this patch of ground that he marks not far from where he is, or maybe a couple in this area. Now, we haven't had any luck with the lions, but we have been able to, although this part of the reserve is actually quite low down, you get some spectacular views of the larger area. And you can actually literally follow the clearings all the way with your eye from here. Let's have a look. So this is one large clearing that this wildebeest is in, and then if you look way in the distance, you'll notice there's some clear patches on the hills far away, like that one right over there. And funnily enough, I'm pretty sure, and I've often wondered, but I'm pretty sure this is how some animals navigate. If I was a cheetah moving through this area, probably see this clearing here, notice the necks and move across. They're on That's a good question. I don't know exactly how long a wildebeest's horns are. I think it would vary, or it would be different from one wildebeest to the next. And I haven't had the fortunate opportunity to measure horns myself. So I think I'm going to have to do a little bit of research and look it up, see if there might be something specific like an average that they usually measure it at. What I have noticed, though, is that the wildebeest in this area, the males especially, they've got fairly large horns compared to some wildebeest in other areas that I've seen in South Africa. It is a spectacular afternoon, though. And this breeze coming through is really giving us quite a nice little, or quite a comfortable afternoon. And that's why I think we need to go find some animals to view. So in the meantime, we'll head over to Trish, who's on a bumble at this point.
So we've been driving around Chitwa. Couple of exciting things. Well, one exciting thing. Marib's, Tandi's son, has been seen close by. But I don't have any more information. So we're going to have a look around. But for now, well, we've been checking quite all over the place basically, but for now we're going to actually just park off at the dam and sit and listen for a little bit, because more often than not, what does it do? Those patience pants are great, because when you least expect it, something shows itself. I've had to tell myself that I can't be everywhere at once. So that's the problem here. Like, oh, if I take this road, but what if it's on that road? You know, all of that. So I can't be everywhere at once. So let's take a moment to pause and just look at where we are. And then hopefully later this evening we'll be able to see Marib's, determine where exactly he is. He's on the Torchwood side, or Chitwa side. It's just that there's lots of vehicles around there at the moment, so we can't get in to that area. But we will try very, very hard. So now I've come around. The dam is actually in front of me there. But I've come around behind the dam, because remember when we had Kuchava's son, he was basically hanging around in this thick belt of greenery to my right. And apparently he's been hanging around this particular area for a little, but they actually didn't know it was Kuchava's son. They didn't recognize the males. Maybe there's two. And then there was also mention of a 2-2 male that was not Sibui's son that was around here. So lots of possibility on Chitwa, and lots of males on Chitwa, which is nice, because on Djuma it's majority females, except for Malwati that we never get to see anyway. And Nhlangula, more to the north, Tingana, basically all over the place at the moment. But no other males. While here it's Kuchava's son, Tandi's son, Sibui's son, and possibly another male that we don't know. That'll be great for the future of this area reproductively for the leopards. Charles, you'd like to know if I have ever had or watched a snake-leopard interaction? Yes, but not one where the snake was alive. Tingana has caught 2 pythons since I've been around. I mean, been around in the bush. Very many more since I've actually existed. But he had 2 pythons. The one time he was eating it on his own, just there near Mvubu Road, but in Buffelshoek, so we could see him. And the other time he had it in Juma, and then Hosanna came and took over from him with eating the python. But I haven't seen any other cat-snake interactions. There was the one, I myself unfortunately didn't see it, but it was an interaction between, I think it was Thandi and a snake, and it had grabbed hold of a raptor. I can't remember what it was, but the raptor had actually, I wonder if it was Tamba or Thandi. I can't remember now, it was a long time ago. So there was and there's a video, and I'm sure someone's going to post it, and if you were interested in that kind of thing, you need to see it. It is insane. So there was a snake that had gotten hold of the raptor, and then Thandi and the cub, whichever one it was, then tried to get hold of the snake, or the raptor as well. It was unbelievable. And I assure you someone is going to post it. Somebody, if you didn't post, if you know what I'm talking about, please post it on Twitter or a link or somewhere so that people can see that, because that is incredible footage. I must say I've seen snakes around, but not very many interactions with snakes. Alright, we've come around, finally, the long way to the dam. Let's get up onto the dam wall. We've been seeing lots of baby squirrels here. Which makes me miss the squirrel at camp, or from camp. He has since dispersed. We'll not speak of it again. But there's some very cute babies. We tried to show you one of them, and then it ran off into the grass. Oh, the beautiful Chitwa Dam. So much water. Now I see leopards everywhere when I'm on this dam wall. Ooh, hello, water monitor. Just gonna. Oh, I was looking at this one right here. There's one right next to our car as well. That's so cool. Now what? You're on camera? What are you gonna do for us? That's a good sized one. I think the one that we saw at Twin Dams the other day was possibly larger. Oh, Johan. The one in front of us is now moving. I love watching them move. Oh, and as soon as I moved, Johan, the other one started moving too. Oh, I love it. Like a Komodo dragon. Busy tasting the air as it moves. They have a vomeronasal organ like many animals, or Jacobson organ, and that means that it can amplify the chemical signature of scents in the air. And the reason the tongue is forked with reptiles is it gives them an even better sense of smell, because if it's forked, it means they can easily tell direction. And that direction will give them plenty of clues as to where some food would be. They'll know either it hits the right part of the fork or the left part of the fork more strongly. And that's actually very, very helpful if you have a strong sense of smell. If you don't, like us, then we just look a little bit strange. We'd just have an ornamental fork. It would probably not be of too much use. It's so nice to see two really big ones, and this one's quite close to us. I love the way that they walk. So these water monitors are a little larger than a rock monitor, a little bit longer. But I've said to you before that there's such a discrepancy in their weights. They can weigh, as an adult, they can weigh anything from about 1.5 kg to up to 15 or 20 kgs, depending on so much. And depending on the quality of the studies done on them, to be quite honest. Now, of course, they also have that flattened tail, so they can move in the water. The rock monitor doesn't have that. Their tail is quite rounded. There you can see, so it's a bit rudder-like. And then one of the final things that are easy to identify them, I mean, besides the coloration, the rock monitor doesn't have this yellow and black coloration, is the front of their mouths. The rock monitor has kind of what's called a Roman nose, so it's a lot less pointy. What a great specimen to look at to compare rock monitors and water monitors.
Hi, my name is Damon and I'm a guide here at and Beyond Pinder Private Game Reserve. Join me and our resident ecologist Craig Sholto Douglas at the fireside on the 21st of March for a discussion on 2 of our conservation projects. In early 2016, and Beyond was faced with the fact that without some serious intervention, our rhino population could be in some serious trouble. And so a decision was made to start a rhino dehorning program. Sadly, the fastest mammal on land, the cheetah, is also racing towards extinction. The and Beyond Pinder conservation team has been working on a project that aims to increase the genetic integrity of cheetah in protected areas around the country. Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and join us for a lively debate where we'll answer as many of your questions as possible.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for Wild Earth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on Wild Earth.
Okay, well, that was different. Sorry about that. We've just snuck into this little watering hole. I was actually giving you guys a little bit of a tranquil setting. Ah, there's an abdom stork. There's two of them. Sitting sneakily. Only now that they've moved, I've spotted them. Got them. BK's already on it. It's probably like old news, Carl. So, just 2 afternoons ago, we found 3 of them here. And myself and BK sat here until just before sunset. And these birds actually took off and they headed in a southwesterly direction. So showing that they didn't stay here the night, but went to another spot to reside at. So the source, or the food source of here might be good. Although that we have spoken about them, they eat predominantly crickets and grasshoppers, and with the abundance of the ground katydids right now, they've got an abundant source of food. It's always just important through the day, just stop at a watering hole somewhere. And it's when you see things that you don't just see on a day-to-day basis. So it will be shortly that these birds would start moving off back to their home ground. And we won't see them until maybe next year if we have favourable rains again. And there was a giraffe in the background, but it seems like he's moved off. Beautiful, cool breeze pushing from the south, just keeping the afternoon cool. And it's always a welcome thing. So from one bird to another, let's send you to Yapi.
So, we haven't been able to find lions basking in the sun, but we've come across a southern ground hornbill on top of what seems to be a dead knobthorn. In fact, I'm not actually sure. But that bird sitting with his back, you can see the shoulders or the wings are slightly opened. Sitting with his back straight to the late afternoon sun, and it was actually calling just now. And I'm hoping that it might call again. But a very deep, low rumbling call, almost similar to what a lion's call might sound at a distance. Not nearly as loud, but I know people have always been confusing the two. Now I'm thinking after this bird spent most of the day walking around here in the tall, wet grass with all these parasites and insects and stuff, it's probably been thinking of finding a large tree to perch out in the sun. Maybe treat the feathers a little bit. The fact that it was calling though makes me think that it's probably looking for some of the others, the rest of the flock, which I'm sure wouldn't be too far away from here. Then again, you don't know. And the sun's slowly but surely starting to move down towards a huge bank of clouds. And it's a beautiful late afternoon light. It's falling on that dead tree. I think it chose a dead tree to sit on mainly because it's so open. It's easy to get up there. If you look at the contrast of that tree and the big marula behind it, can you imagine a big bird like that trying to get into a tree with thick foliage like that? I think it will be a little bit tricky, if you ask me. Heather, what a good question. Is it only family members in their flock? Yes, it is mainly family members. And the bird, it's usually a breeding pair. And then they have their juveniles and their offspring with them, which they'll raise collectively, and then they will stay with the birds for a number of years, which can vary quite a lot. It's a bird that's got quite long intervals between its clutches of eggs and between raising young. In an extreme case, it can take about 3 years before the bird can have or will breed again. But normally, on average, at least in this particular area, what they found is some of the birds take about 9 years between each breeding attempt. And that's a little bit tough. It's also ironical that that bird's sitting on a dead tree there. I have a close look at that tree. It looks like the tree's been debarked by elephants originally and probably died of that. I'm not 100% sure about that, but it's a good chance. Which is a case that happens quite often here in the Kruger National Park. Or in and around the larger area. And that's actually one of the reasons thought to have a huge effect on the numbers of these birds. I remember as a young boy coming to the greater Kruger Park area, we used to see quite a number of them next to the roads. They were walking everywhere in flocks of 4 to 5 to 6. And actually a few years ago when I started working in these parts, I markedly noticed that there's not a lot of them left. You don't see them as often. And only in the last 2 years really have we been starting to see some breeding pairs and flocks here and there on Ngala. And I do know that from recent research they have noted that the numbers have increased in the area. But I do think large trees, which they use to nest in and also to roost in, has been destroyed quite a bit by the large elephant numbers in the area. Especially in certain areas as the elephants move between particular areas to feed at the change of the seasons. I've noticed a lot of marula trees recently that's been debarked. which is inevitably a death sentence to the tree itself. It's amazing how intertwined everything is. Just a bird sitting on a dead tree like that. It's been quiet for a while now, so I don't think it will call again. It does look a little bit lost. Ian, do hornbills have a selective diet? I guess it depends on which hornbill you're talking about, but for the ground hornbill, they are not very selective. They pretty much eat anything they can catch and eat. I've seen them have various things. It's usually a protein-rich diet. I've seen them eat snakes, seen them eat terrapins, seen them eat tortoises, seen one eat a mouse, lizards, frogs. I've even watched two in a clearing very much like this one. I remember the one was, they were walking on the ground and they spooked a hare from under a nearby shrub, and the hare bounded away for its life, and one bird flew over and then keep chasing the hare, and the other bird ran behind it, and it was literally trying to catch it. It was actually actively hunting it, if you ask me. It was very interesting to see. I don't know of anything other than that's been recorded, but I do know that a few years back on Ngala, it was witnessed how 4 of them pecked a baby impala to death and then ate it afterwards. Now, that's also quite an interesting sighting. So I guess they're pretty much open to a wide variety of protein-rich items. But who didn't want to sit on a beautiful spot like that in the late afternoon? He's just casually staring around. It's interesting, he's not looking in the direction of the sun, really, or in the clearings. Maybe it's just the one catching or trying to burn off some parasites. The others might be nearby, we're just not seeing them at this point. They do on occasions fly up into the nook of a tree slightly lower down, just below the main tree line, or just below the main browse line. But I think we're going to continue our search for lions, which might be getting a little bit more active now. In the meantime, we'll head over to Kyle, who's at a watering hole.
Okay, we are just still sitting tight at this watering hole and enjoying the shade, and we're just making sure of our surroundings, just making sure there's nothing that's going to pop out here. That's also why it's very important when you do come to a watering hole, you know, if you are having sundowners, that you do try and keep it in check with a bush. Because you don't want to be making a noise here and enjoying yourself, but you're here for the viewing of the game. That could potentially scare off things. But if you're having a good time, you're having a good time. I like to keep it kind of hush-hush when at a watering hole. You also just don't want to be unnecessarily disturbing animals as well. I'm going to do a little check there if we can see those eggs. See that blacksmith lapwing is not sitting there, but those eggs will definitely be on the little nest site, which is a shallow depression within that little berm there. can see the overcast conditions, that all these clouds are building up quite quickly. And I think somewhere along the lines we're going to get a little bit of water. PK. Do you see this dead log here? There's a stone, then a dead log. Just to the right of the log there's a butterfly, an African monarch. It's sitting there, it's just flapped its wings. A lovely butterfly sitting at the water's edge. You've watched... Oh. He's camera shy, folks. It's a beautiful African monarch. You do have 1 or 2 other species that mimic this specific species because of its toxins, its alkaloids that it possesses. In its larval stage, it'll feed on a plant that holds a certain toxin, and then obviously from the consumption of it, it then holds on to or possesses those toxins or alkaloids. It's a very amazing plant called Hoodia, and a very, very striking colour scheme is showing you that I am potentially dangerous. But then you have other species actually mimicking. Just come here, PK, you're on the ground, look at this bee. Busy digging a burrow right here. Just tomorrow, 1 o'clock. You can just see the abdomen coming in and out the hole. Yes! Look at that. I think we've seen this species before. That's the afternoon that I had 4 or 5 different wasps and bee species on my leg, and it's busy. Wow, look at the abdomen. Beautiful rusty abdomen around the sides. The central part black, and then that white, almost thorax section. Look how the wings tuck up nice and tightly over one another. Looks like it's excavating a burrow. Very nice to see these tiny little things go to work, because it's things like this that we normally go right by, not even knowing that it's there. It's only when you get to sit still and have the luxury of time that you get to see these smaller things. It's going to come back up, and it's gone. All right. It's back. Oh, pick on somebody your own size. It's one of the leaf cutter bees. It could be the red-tailed leaf cutter bee. Looks like one that fits the description. Very nice. But while we suss out who that could have been, let's send you over to another watering hole. Welcome to Bufusuki, everybody, where a beautiful scene is unfolding in front of us, and indeed, due to the fact that there's a storm building up just where the sun is, it feels like that is the right time to enjoy a bit of a quiet moment with the sun setting in the west behind a cumulonimbus cloud, and I allow you just to appreciate the colours and sounds.
the beginning of that, you might have heard some Franklin's alarm calling. We've been following up on that. Very softly behind us. Can you hear that? It's my version of the giant eagle owl. I think they're trying to do some early hunting. See if we can find our eagle owls, but we might just enjoy this view for a moment longer while we send you over to Tswalu Kalahari.
Alright, using the calls of birds, obviously like we've spoken about, very efficient way of locating birds. Sure. A little bit easier than trying to get onto this bee. We've just ID'd this species, folks. This is a lesser red-tailed leaf-cutter bee. And obviously that white band on the thorax and that black strip on the abdomen is very distinctive of this species. Oh, he's gone. It's giving BK a bit of a run around there. But really nice to see. That is a brand new species for me. The distribution map shows that it's a little bit off its range, but like birds, you really can't rely 110% on distribution maps all the time. If the characteristics match up to what you're seeing, you're more than likely on a species. BK trying to find us a ground squirrel. There's a nice, there's one right there. So they're inhabiting this little burrow system. So they've got a nice seaside view here in the southern Kalahari. Oh, got a good itch. You can see how large those eyes are. Give them obviously a very good field of view. They also need to be very watchful of aerial predators, just like our meerkats. Wow. So fast. There was another one there, Beaker. Playing hard to get. Our black face wax. Well, if we can get a view of this little bird. BK, just watch on the right-hand side of the vehicle. There we go. There it goes. Oh, just watch the ZZ Fuss. Oh, sorry. Yeah, please. So there's a little ground squirrel that was hiding from BK. Blacksmith lapwing coming here with a bit of aggression. I think that would be a big fear. Myself, we were actually calling those meerkats now the apex predators of this area. Things should watch out for them. So it shows you we're learning every day and things are constantly changing. And like I've mentioned before, you know, we read books and you tend to reside what you've read, but it's going to be different. You know, it's not set in stone, and Mother Nature is continuously changing and evolving every day on a day-to-day basis. Evolution is still taking place. Even if it's on the minuscule level, it's still happening, biological even. But really nice to share that and understand that, you know, that you've never seen that before. So something new. But these guys are a little far away from them. Well, not too far. They actually are within the territorial boundary of those meerkats. I mean, meerkats can have fairly large territories, depending on prey density, depending on vegetative structure, as well as other meerkats, external pressures. There could be various factors that could be taken into consideration. So they do that quite a lot. They go into almost like this freeze frame. And I think it's just the animal trying to just take in everything and as much as possible. Because remember, predators' eyes are designed to pick up on movement, so the more you're moving around, the easier you're going to be spotted. So having these little gaps where you just stand or sit absolutely still, look, the animal has not moved. And this could give you the advantage of picking up on something before it picks up on you. But it doesn't have too much to worry about. It's right at its burrow entrance. And now with these overcast conditions, they won't venture off too far. And obviously being mainly, they mainly eat on plant matter, especially roots and seeds. I've seen them eat flowers, and they don't have to venture too far to find a food source. Always reminds me of a little chipmunk. Its little blunt muzzle, round head. Look at that little nose going. Obviously, sense of smell is also very important to pick up on various cues out here. And you can see how that little snout is moving, or little nose is moving, picking up chemicals. Also very important when it comes to finding a mate, obviously checking their reproductive status and knowing when is the right time to court her.
Please join me this Saturday evening for a town hall meeting. It'll be live, and it's an opportunity for me to tell you about what Wild Earth is, where we're coming from, and where we're going to. And it's an opportunity for you to ask some questions, give us some feedback, and even maybe get more involved in Wild Earth going forward. 7:30 this Saturday evening, wildearth.tv. It's open to all. You've just got to be registered on our website, and we'd love to see you there.
I'm absolutely delighted to have won the February prize draw for 3 nights for 6 people at the Tswalu Private Game Reserve. I absolutely love everything Wild Earth has to offer. I find the guides extremely knowledgeable and will go above and beyond to ensure a great safari experience. I will be taking my husband and family from the UK to experience this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One of the main reasons I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program was for the fireside chats and also to win an incredible prize, which I am so fortunate to win and incredibly happy. I would like to thank Wild Earth for this amazing prize and cannot wait to meet the team.
I'm Nikki here at Ambion Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the Wild Earth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next Wild Earth drive.
Look at this, the little one is up and about. Certainly hasn't had enough milk at this age. No amount of milk is enough. Oh, Corky. Too sweet. Oh, look at this. That is stunning.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
We have found something precious in the bush at Chitwa. It's Marips, it's Tandi's son. He's been giving us the runaround, moving all over the place, but finally he sat down and he's now staring up at a hornbill that's landed in the tree above him. Isn't it great to see him? I am so, so happy. So he was around his general area that he loves, the Mulwanini. But then he moved quite a bit. Oh. What did you see? What did you see? He's very interested in birds, this cat. That almost looked like he saw his mother or something. I'm not going to move straight away, although it is quite open here, so it should be fine to be able to see what's happening, and I should actually be fine if I move for FC. You know, cubs like this. He's 1 year old. He's one. Right, let's see if we can move. Should be fine. But see, cubs like this, they're this perfect age where they're still cute, and you can see that they're definitely a cub. But they're also very curious and inexperienced. So he snuck up on a hyena when he first found him in the mall. Well, we were actually on Garimane. He popped out onto the Mulwanini, but first with the hyena got our attention. So the hyena was there, and he's stalking the hyena, and eventually he pounces on the hyena. But he just touches it lightly, and his face had this look of confusion. It was gorgeous. Look at him. He's so unsure about us. He has this strange thing happening where he's very curious about the vehicle. So as soon as we're stationary, he kind of wants to come past us and all of that, and we get very close to the vehicle. But as soon as we start to move, he gets very nervous. Of course, this is too cute. Look at him, looking like a big boy. I'm so happy, so happy. The sky is turning a lovely pink. There's silver lining on clouds, and we've got lovely Marips to keep us company. Now, if he could get his mom to show up, that would be unreal, actually. Oh, he looks like a little mouse with its head in the mouse hole. Can move forward. He's probably just having a drink there in the puddle. Let's try it and see if we can move forward. Are you happy? I'm happy. Sammy Lee, you said that he's gorgeous. I could not agree with you more. You're a good-looking cat, you. Yes, you are. I'm going to give you a bit of space because I know you. Okay, you want to walk? Let's walk. We'll walk and talk, Marips. So curious. He was having a drink in this puddle just there. Stop here. Very well hidden in that grass. He's been hanging around in some damp areas, so he's not afraid of the water at all. Even here in the Mulwanini, he's been around the water. Even the other time at Chitwa, near that Chitwa waterfall, when you had him with Tristan, he was quite interested in the water then as well. What a beaut. Getting really nice and chunky too. I love the way he almost doesn't have enough strength in his tail yet, so it's just, you know, it sways as he walks. And there he goes around that corner. Almost. So we're going to keep an eye on him and follow him at a good distance. I'm going to send you over to Tswalu in the meantime.
Lekker! Welcome back. We are meandering south of that pan, and we are going to take a little drive about. And we are going to go see what else we can find for this afternoon. It's obviously lovely and cool, with this very nice amount of cloud cover that we have over us. We're just going to take it slowly and look for anything and everything. I love bumbling along and looking for stuff. Sometimes just absolutely geeking out, not even finding things, but just looking and just being in total awe about everything around me. So now with these cooler conditions, this is where we could also find some other animals moving, excuse me, a bit earlier. And some of them just munching away. Oh, we're going back onto our silhouette, giraffe silhouettes again, like yesterday evening, which was a very beautiful sight, seeing those giraffes within that beautiful setting. Nibbling away, like we mentioned this morning, sculpting the landscape. They're obviously a big role player out here, pruning and shaping trees and being fairly selective on where they feed on. BK just getting us nice and level there. And you can see not cropping the branch, they strip the branches of leaves. A couple of minutes, around about 5 odd minutes is what they'll spend on a tree. And he's getting tucked in there now. Talk about stuffing your face. And I think about how careful the animal has to be going into that canopy. All the branches and then all the thorns on the branches, spines, being very cautious not to injure any vital organ, such as the eye. It's also where their long eyelashes come into very important play now. So if anything touches the eyelash, they know that's a bit too close, and then they need to back away from it. So these cooler conditions that are now prevailing, this is when animals will seize the opportunity and start becoming mobile a little bit earlier, because it is perfect out right now and it's available time for you to move. So an animal will definitely move, and this is where I'm hoping with this cloud cover, we never know, if we're lucky enough we could stumble upon a leopard somewhere. That'll be a real treat. We have seen leopard with Dylan. We saw leopard in the dunes. Sure, I think when we very first started in the beginning. Well, talking about leopard, let's send you to one.
We have a standoff between Maribs and a Natal spurfowl. The
spurfowl kind of knows something's happening, or something's around that it should be moving away from. But it's a bit confused. Maribs knows the spurfowl is there. Leopard cubs have a lot of fun like this, taking little things that just come their way, playing with mongoose and squirrels, birds. See how this reflex of getting his tail up. How beautiful that is. He's just scared the daylights out of that the spurfowl and has now put his tail up to say, hey, 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 I come in peace, be quiet. It's my white flag that I've raised up. That was so cool. That was such a look of, actually, no. I'll keep on walking. Off he goes. Let's see if we can move and if everything will stay the same. And you don't lose me. Let's try. Yay, alright. Sounds like we're gonna be fine. Okay. Let's watch here. Where's your mum and when's she gonna meet up with you? Didn't even answer me. Can you believe it? I feel like it's been a long time since we had a leopard sighting that's been, you know, where you can follow him for a little while, static, and then follow, and static, and follow. We've also not had a leopard sighting with a kill in a tree in a good while. So I'm really enjoying this, really, really savoring this sighting. There's some mushrooms on that tree. I don't want to rush ahead of him or off-road unnecessarily, especially since it's quite wet on both sides of the road here. So we'll just have to watch him from behind for a little bit until we can find a corner or something where we can get round. Hopefully he'll go towards the dam. Chitwa has been very good to us these last couple days, hasn't it? He's a bit weary of something. Let's see if we can figure out what it is. Hi, Percy. You'd like to know why he's walking around on his own. I just saw what he was weary of. It was a big water bug. He's walking around on his own because he's old enough to do that. There we go. At a year old, even slightly under that, especially with Thandi, she's going to let them roam around. He's not independent, and he's not mature. He's certainly still relying on Mum for the majority of his meals, apart from little things that he may pounce on. But he's totally reliant on Mum still. It's just that he's old enough to be able to protect himself, to be able to run, to be able to know where or recognize danger. So that's why he's on his own. And Thandi has been known to let her cubs leave the nest earlier than usual. In this long grass, this might have been the last we see of him tonight. Just popped my nose in here, but like I said, the ground is very wet. Sammy Lee, you'd like to know at which age or what age he'll be fully independent from Thandi? He'll be fully independent by 1.5 years. And like I said, possibly younger than that. But he'll only really be mature in the years to follow, around 3. Sometimes it can take a little longer, 1.5 years to 2 years, depending. Sometimes a little longer with the males. I feel like some of you might have giggled because you have that experience. But I can't see him. Let's try a little further down. But 1.5 years is a good age. And like I said, sometimes a little younger. Sana was left independent, or left to be independent, rather he was not independent, by his mum, Karula, earlier than that. So it can be done and they can survive and be absolutely fine. Now here, okay, so firstly, we can't see Marib's anymore. So I'm going to position myself in a way that we can look in both directions. So I have an elephant off to my right here. It's just a little calf. And that's probably why he darted off into the nice long grass. Now, that's exactly what we were talking about when Percy was asking why is he on his own. He can easily recognize a potentially dangerous situation for him. And that's why he can be on his own, but he will still be reliant on Thandi. He'll just be spending less time with her. It would be great to see him make his own kill, but there's probably still a bit of time before that happens. Hello, you little calf. Can you recognize potentially dangerous situations yet? I feel like that was a no, because in my head that's how elephants talk. Like they have a blocked nose. Now my elephant's gone and my leopard's gone. But I really can't, or rather I shouldn't off-road here. It is not a very environmental scientist of me. I see another elephant. It's in the exact direction that he was moving. Now just see the ears by this tall tree there. Can you see it? Just through here. I see the ears. I promise you that is an elephant. It's most definitely there. Poor thing, I wonder where he went to. He's probably hiding somewhere because there's no way he ran through and past those elephants. Oh, look at that. On a nice mound. I love seeing elephants on a mound. It's as if they weren't tall enough. And then they go stand at a mound and they're even taller. It's awesome. All right, we're going to stick here and see what happens. Hopefully he'll come out. If not, we will move on.
On the 27th of April, Wild Earth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what Wild Earth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
It's the month of March and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
My name is Ross, and I'm a field guide at and beyond Pinde Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on Wild Earth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Well, at least we could have topped off our sighting with some elephants. Even if our gorgeous Mareeps does not show up again. And you know what? Good for him if he doesn't, because he wouldn't want to be under the foot of an elephant. Definitely not. Elephants can be ruthless when it comes to seeing predators. Despite the gentle giants that they can appear to be. This one doesn't seem to have noticed that there's a leopard around at all. Oh, maybe it just did. That looks like it just did. Have some more of the family emerging. Really? Another elephant shouting in the background. That sounded like the shout of a youngster being weaned, though, as opposed to a leopard being seen. Prince, you'd like to know if I've ever seen a leopard actively try... Oh, I see the leopard. I see it through there. If I've ever seen a leopard actively try to take an elephant or harass an elephant, I haven't. When it comes to elephants, nobody really wants to mess with an elephant because this animal is more than one tank. It's a couple tanks, you know? And if that thing comes, even just falls on you, and doesn't even try to do anything to you, just trips and falls on you, you're smashed, you know? So, oh, there's this elephant's come along. It's just past Mareeps. And it looks like a teacher that's just put its hands on its waist and just, bah, 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 bah. It's just come through.
So I've got to be a little bit more weary here. So I'm going to be facing forward. I'm not going to look at you, just because sometimes they can displace or misplace that anger. So I'm not going to be looking at you, because I may have to move in a big hurry. So the largest prey that a leopard has taken, as far as I know, as in on its own, has been an eland. And that, I can't even remember where that was. But it was a result of there being a lack of hyenas or scavengers around that allowed them to take an eland. Remember, that's the largest antelope in Africa, so a male eland can be about 700 kgs. How it managed to get it down, I don't know. Maybe it chased it, tripped it, whatever it is. But that's the largest prey it's taken. So I haven't heard of leopards taking elephants. Definitely they could scavenge on an elephant carcass, but not take one down itself. Well, at least not as far as I've heard. Looks like we're in the thick of the action, you know? Elephants around, leopard kind of trying very sneakily to get around bushes and get around elephants. He took a big risk going through, basically went through the herd. At least they're very well spaced. Just waiting for his little head to pop out again. And now everything is gone, pretty much. Oh, but a woodland kingfisher has decided to come into the mix as well. Told you, everything's happening here. Oh yes, kingfisher thinks so too. Beautiful colors even in this light. Definitely not as vibrant as it is in the sunlight, but this light too works well for you. Gorgeous. Well, I'm going to try and move around just a little bit to see if we manage to get a view of the cub, but we're going to have to go into IR soon, so that's going to be a problem with all this bush. So let me send you over to Steve while we work it out.
Let's move back.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. We've got a leopard in the tree. Can I go back just an inch?
Yeah, sure.
We're told it's Cara, but hang on. More. Now, I don't remember her having that cut in the ear. Now, everybody, a whole lot of action has played out while we were on our way here. She caught, you can probably hear a couple of the cars. Sorry about that, but we are in a sighting with other vehicles. But this leopard caught a scrub hare, and the Talamatis were upon her in moments, and that's caused her to go up this very awkward-looking red bush willow, and it seems like she lost her scrub hare. But we left the wild dogs very close to this morning, so wild dogs ran past here a little while ago. Their noise is what brought the lions, and then the lions and leopard into action. But this leopard is looking good, so I can't see clearly. So if you back home can tell me who this is, I know we've got some viewers that are experts at identifying. I think it might be her, but I don't recognize that cut in the ear. Thanks, James. Richard, it is indeed Cara. Poor girl. Yeah, well, the Talamatis are just around the corner. They're on the move. And we were actually on our way there, but you could not stop at a leopard. It's quite busy now, everybody is in and about, so we'll do what we can for now. We'll stay with poor Cara while she catches her breath. She seems a little bit flustered. Okay, are you ready? She's going to come down. It's a little bit awkward. Sometimes they've found themselves. Sorry about all the noises, everybody. But she is going to be coming down in a moment. It's often much easier to go up and then very tricky to go back down. So we're just going to stay right here with a little bit of a silhouette. Everybody, don't feel sorry for her. It's part and parcel of what they need to do to survive out here. It's definitely not her first encounter with a lion or pride of lions, but it's definitely teaches her life lessons. And the alertness that these cats have and their ability to climb the most awkward of trees is what keeps them alive. She's still staring off into the distance at the area where the lions were moving away. They lost interest. There's no way they could have gotten up there. It is a reality out here, everybody. Wild dogs, cheetah, leopard are always at risk of attack from lion. Always at risk. And at the price of a small little scrub hare, I think she's done very well to get up that tree and escape. Very well. No, Nick and Nova, they'll use the closest tree. When it comes to survival in the moment, escaping a lion, they'll go up the first possible thing that they can get to. But when they make a kill, it's generally the most suitable tree that's the closest. Obviously, if there's a couple of trees, they have a choice, but dragging an animal carcass far away is very difficult to do. So we've seen some very awkward hoists, and sometimes they won't even hoist. Sometimes they'll just eat on the ground, and that comes with its risks. But every now and again, and it's one of those things, you find a leopard in a tree once, every time you look in that tree again, you're always hoping to find a leopard. And Hlangula was found in a magnificent jackalberry this morning. Now, we went there this afternoon, and we were unfortunate that he'd moved. Didn't have any tracks crossing back into Djuma, so we tried to work a little bit in the area north of that tree, but we didn't find anything. But for example, if there's a prominent tree close to a watering hole, it could often be used again and again. But don't specifically say, ooh, I like that tree. It's whatever's suitable. Normally one with good purchase, nice high branches, comfortable to lie in as well. But you can tell by the type of tree that she's in that she took a scramble. I once found a pride of lions sleeping around a tree and on some rocks, and I was like, oh, this is really cool. And I think we were with him for about 20 minutes before I noticed a leopard up in the top of a knobthorn that the lions were lying underneath, and it just lay there or slept in the top of a very uncomfortable tree for a very long time. She wants to come down. And eventually the lions moved off and the leopard made a sneaky escape. So she's almost certain now. Okay, here she comes. She's just making sure, everybody. Just making sure. Caution. She's almost certain all the lions have moved off, but you never know. She's also trying to figure out the best way down. Going up wasn't a decision, it just happened. Quite relieved when she's down, and she's going to move off in the opposite direction as quickly as she can. These, I suppose, that you do get to a certain time in a leopard's life, and maybe they don't have the same agility, but saving a leopard's life is the ability to climb a tree. So if they can't climb anymore, they're pretty much doomed. The earlier a leopard can learn to climb, the longer it's, or the sooner its chances of doing well. That's how they've evolved out here. Lions, although they can climb trees, haven't really needed the necessity to do so from a safety point of view, although when they get hoarded by hyenas, individual lions can climb trees to get away. But from a safety point of view, this is an essential part of a leopard's habitat. Finding them out in the open is quite risky. The same as vervet monkeys. You don't find vervet monkeys too far away from trees. Okay, well, we're going to wait for Cara to come down, and while we do so, we're going to send you back over to Mbionagala.
Just have a look at the lightning and the thunder inside that massive anvil-shaped cloud in the distance. It's amazing how this area is so vast. One part far away affected by a huge storm coming from the mountainside, and then over here we're bone dry and it's still humid, so we do feel the effects. And that is absolutely magical. Just imagine all the energy contained in that cloud. But I think to give you a better idea of what's happening here, we're going to switch over and use the infrared light. Because there's another aspect to this. That massive storm in the background. And then this territorial male lion. Couldn't be bothered less. Literally covered in flies all over his legs. The moving tail, I would say, is probably a very poor attempt at trying to chase some of those flies off, but I think at this point he's not too bothered. It's cooled down sufficiently now that the sun's down. It looks like he's still full from the last from 2 days ago. Still busy digesting. And how amazing is that lightning in the background? The conditions that these animals live in is astounding, actually. Huge storms like that, I guess when there's a small baby animal, it must be quite a traumatic experience to experience something like that. Then when you reach the age as this male lion, it's just part of what's happening. We'll stay with him a little while, see if he does eventually decide to move. But for now, we'll go see what the leopard is up to that Steve's got.
Well, everybody, she's dismounted. And as anticipated, she's moved straight off into the thickets. She's going to move in the complete opposite direction. Oh, she's got her scrub hair. Can you believe it? She's just in front of us now. You might notice some lights. She's quite happy. She's quite happy. Let's see if we can... No. We're not going to go that way. Just poked her nose in off of the fire break here, and she's gone into some very thick stuff. So she's got her meal. She's had a very traumatic afternoon, so we're actually going to leave her be to do her thing. How is it that she got chased by lions up the tree and they never knew she had a scrub hair? They were so interested in her that they didn't even notice there was a kill on the floor. So there we go. All of that. And she is now one happy leopard. So we'll leave her. She's moving off into the thickets there. As I said, she's had a traumatic ordeal. Blessings to you, Cara. You have had another night, another day against the lions. And, well, we hope to catch up with you again tomorrow with a semi-full belly.
Hi, my name is Damon and I'm a guide here at and Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. Join me and our resident ecologist Craig Sholto Douglas at the fireside on the 21st of March for a discussion on 2 of our conservation projects. In early 2016, &Beyond was faced with the fact that without some serious intervention, our rhino population could be in some serious trouble. And so a decision was made to start a rhino dehorning program. Sadly, the fastest mammal on land, the cheetah, is also racing towards extinction. The &Beyond Pindar Conservation Team has been working on a project that aims to increase the genetic integrity of cheetah in protected areas around the country. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and join us for a lively debate where we'll answer as many of your questions as possible.
For all of you Wild Earth Explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on Wild Earth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
Well, we have a little bit of lightning to the northwestern sections here from us right now. And that giraffe has decided to stop right behind the tree, giving us a bit of a creative sighting of it. Is it a giraffe? Is it an eland? Let me try and roll backwards or forwards, BK. Oh, here it comes. See, it heard. It's listening to me. And we've lost the light a little bit earlier this afternoon because of the cloud cover that we have present this afternoon. But it's giving a different color scheme for this evening's drive. So graceful. Lovely. Well, on the disappearance of that individual, BK can show us this beautiful scene in front of us. And we've been speaking about clouds and how clouds make a sunset just so much more. We have this beautiful color scheme in front of us over here. Okay, all the crickets starting to call around us now as night starts to approach. And we are busy slowly looking in an area where Dylan has seen African wildcat. So hopefully we can catch a little glimpse if we're lucky enough. But on that note, let's send you over to Yapi and see what he's got for you.
So I just saw that male lion open his mouth now, and it sounded like he let out a soft little call. Now, in the state that it is, his belly's still very, very full. And I've seen with this male before is when his belly's just full, he doesn't want to get up, especially not after a humid day like today. Male lions on their own in a clearing like this. There's a chance they might call. He knows where the rest of the pride is. He knows they're not too far. I can hear him starting to call softly. I'm hoping he might go over into full force. He'll probably be lazy enough to do it while he's laying down. And the belly's that full. This animal, it takes up a lot of space on the inside. Lungs won't be able to expand to their full capacity. Maybe that's what's keeping him from calling. Either that or just being a male lion. You can see he's got one eye open. So he is looking around a little bit. Also, that particular eye's had so many injuries to it. And maybe from where I'm sitting it just looks open, but it's actually not. Well, I'm hoping he will call, and that's why I'll give him a few more minutes. But in the meantime, Steve's also looking at the lightning. So I think we'll head over there.
Welcome back. I hope your lion calls, Yapi. We've just been witnessing the most incredible storm in the distance. It's a small one, very localized. The moon, the tower of clouds, and a really massive build-up. If you got that one on the bottom right is just thunder and lightning. Oh, it's incredible. Somewhere far away, it is really going crazy. Oh, I hope you're getting all of that because it looks fantastic. Can't hear anything, it's too far away. Kind of like the storm that Cara was experiencing, I suppose, with lions chasing her up the tree. She was feeling those emotions inside, shame, poor thing. I'm very happy she managed to find her scrub here and take it off. And she's going to go find, talking earlier about do they have a particular tree. She's going to go find a nice big one. Thankfully the scrub here is quite small and light. I'm just going to allow you just to appreciate that for a moment.
That lightning is insane. It is so beautiful. I haven't seen nice big clouds like that with so much lightning in a while. Here, we have none other than the humble green pea spider. I love these guys. You find them all over the place. Green pea for obvious reasons. Look at its abdomen is that nice green color. Sometimes even goes an off green towards a paler cream, and sometimes even towards a blue. Just watching it going about its work, because unfortunately it built its web across the road, and I drove into it and stopped with it above my head, and then it fell bloop, into the car, but still, of course, with a strand of silk attached to the main web, and then it climbed up. So we thought, let's show it to you since we're so close anyway. So now it's going to do a bit of repairs on the portion of the net that has been taken down by me. You have to be so careful of them because they're all over the place. And I found them in my hair so often. I know that probably sounds very creepy, especially if you don't like spiders. Oh, hello. That is the sound of the African night, yes. I can't see the hyena, but I can definitely hear the whooping. Hope you can too. Did you ever think you'd be listening to hyenas whooping while watching a spider enjoying its dinner? Well, now you don't have to imagine it. It's happening right here, live. So the spider's basically consumed the bottom half of its web, but it's left the top half intact. You can actually see it quite nicely, the whole design of the web, because it's blowing or like gently catching the breeze. Can you see that? Just light it up a bit more. Isn't that gorgeous? There's lots of little things stuck in the web, and once the spider has decided that it's done for the night, trying to figure out what it's doing. It's plucking the web. Perhaps as a defense. Maybe it thinks that I am a threat. Maybe it's showing me, look, I have our entire web. Please don't pull down the rest of it. But the way it's neatened the web is what I was telling you about, because there's all these small things that are stuck in it, once the spider decides that it's caught enough, it'll start pulling in the web and actually start consuming the web. And all the little bits that are left behind that are not big, obvious prey. Just watching. A lot of the time when spiders move quickly on their web, or they pluck the web, or they spin on the web, it's a defense, a form of defense, because they think that there's something coming along. Now that's definitely dinner, or some form of dinner. Perhaps a starter. Fresh one. Nick, you'd like to know if there's any spider that would be a danger to a predator like a big cat. No, because of course there are spiders. Luckily the scrub hair has shown up just in time, but we're going to go into IR to view it, because I'm going to pop these lights off. Oh, and now you're too close, scrub hair. There we go. Sorry, Nick. No, because spiders that do cause or are of medical importance, like widow or brown widow or brown button spider, six-eyed spiders, that kind of thing, all those spiders need to get to your skin so that the venom can get into your bloodstream. And sorry, just adjusting my cap. And predators and most animals have fur, so they can't penetrate. So unless, I mean, the same ones that have medical importance to us, so widows, button spiders, violet spider, six-eyed spider, all those spiders, if it manages to get right down past the guard hairs, the horn hairs, and the down hairs, past all of that and manage to get to the skin, it will cause the same kind of reaction that our skin would have, or similar, actually, not the same. But the likelihood of it getting all the way down there is very low. Okay, well, our spider has moved off its web. Our scrub hair has moved off too, so we're going to move off, and I'm going to send you over to Yapi and his lions.
So there's been a little bit of movement. He's flicked over to his back. And I think instead of actually starting to wake up, he might have actually fallen into a deeper sleep. I think that is most definitely a more comfortable position. Imagine laying down on the hard ground on one side. And there's also developed a bit of a pain in his hip. Now I know in the past I've seen male lions, especially when they're older, they develop these abscesses or bald patches and like growths on their hips. I always thought that it might be attributed to some other specific thing, but I wonder if it's also just like general wear and tear. I'm sure it is also to do with injuries and a tough life. Even this one, at one point I thought he started to develop one, but it looks like it's healed up pretty well. It looks like he is definitely fast asleep. He looks really comfortable in the position that he is. And why would he want to move? He doesn't have to. He's worked hard to get to this level or this position. Look at that foot slowly slipping back into the first position. There's a bit of a stretch. You can see him like stretching his feet in. Try and extend his claws. Eddie, if it started raining now, I don't think he'd stay here. It depends. If it's just a drizzle, he might. But he'd probably pick up his head. If it starts raining heavily, I think he's probably going to get up and head to one of the nearest shrubs nearby. They don't mind the rain as much because it's a big part of their life, especially in summertime, is spent in rain. But he certainly doesn't like it too much. He prefers a dry soil like now. They are, after all, cats. One thing that I've noticed here, so the position that he's laying in, there's a bit of a breeze coming through. It's not a lot, so maybe that's part of why he's laying in that position. But then also, the way he's shaped, it's almost as if he involuntarily has that one leg up like that, and that in a way stretches the muscles. He's been laying down on his flank as we arrived, and he's been laying down like that for a while, I presume. And the muscles must get stiff if he lays on the ground like this. I've noticed sometimes on hot days you'll find where they will scrape themselves a little bit of, or they'll scratch some of the topsoil away and find some smoother, colder soil underneath, and then also softer soil. There's a heavy sigh there. Probably taking in a deep breath. His breathing's been quite shallow the whole time. I think he needs a bit of air. And also from his side, there's a lot of dust particles. His muzzle is right up in that grass. Grasses are starting to dry out. Imagine all the dust and little rocks on the side of his face. Eduardo, he certainly doesn't have a care in the world. And also he doesn't need to, really. For him, this is his land. He's, like, as far as we understand it, quite central within his territory. A lot of the rest of the Pride members are nearby, so he doesn't have to worry too much. His brother's also not too far, within 2 kilometers of where he is. He'll easily be heard if there was a call for backup. But while this lion couldn't do any less, we'll head over to Steve to see what he can find on his bumble.
Thanks, Yapi. Well, welcome back, everybody. We're on just a little slow bumble and feeling quite humbled with our afternoon, with the sunset. The end there is just really, really a blessing. Feeling very full at the moment. Full on life, everybody, that is. Managed to do 150 burpees today, so 50% more than yesterday. Feeling quite strong. Still following the burpees for conservation. If you haven't checked it out yet, go and have a look at the website. Lots of interesting information. think 100 and something countries have joined, which is very good. People from all over the world uniting for a common good. But now we are back on Djuma, taking a slow little bumble back towards the central parts. So the tracks of the leopard that we were following last night, it's probably, or yesterday morning and then last night, it's most likely Cara. Where she was found this afternoon, the direction she came from. She's in that sort of state of limbo. She hasn't really established where she needs to be. She's sort of trying to hang out in her mom's territory. And it's so incredible that in the space of just a few meters, wild dogs, lion and leopard, sort of scenes can just happen out of nowhere. I'm feeling very blessed that the young lady got down the tree, and I know you probably didn't get to see it, but she picked up her scrub hare and carried it off proudly into the night, which makes me feel really good. I thought maybe, you know, she'd lost her scrub hare to the lions for the cost of her life, which is a good thing. Leopards, wild dogs will always give up their kill. They might come back if the threat is not as dangerous as they initially thought, but due to the fact that lions are prevalent in these parts, anything that sort of comes out the bush at a leopard or a wild dog, they normally jump away from, because they can't afford to be attacked by a big animal. I've seen it many times with male leopards moving off of a kill when a hyena approaches, and when they realize it's just a hyena, the leopard often comes back and reclaims. Male leopard, that is. You don't often see female leopards managing. All about energy costs and survival. Carly's still some time now. I mean, probably from about 3, somewhere around there, she'll start establishing it. I mean, she's already within what will be her territory. She just hasn't quite demarcated the boundaries. Oh, there goes a bronze-winged courser. She hasn't demarcated the boundaries, but it will be within this area. Won't be too far away. She just has to figure out which part is available and which part she feels comfortable in. And so it's a lot of learning for her. It's why she's also a bit fidgety. You know, Tlalamba has been like that for some time, and now it seems like Tlalamba might be settling. I'm not sure exactly where. I haven't seen the princess in some time. But essentially, females establish the territory when it's time for cubs, because they need to establish the resource and the area for that resource. So at least another 10 months, 11 months or so, maybe a little bit longer. All depends on her fitness, her confidence. And in saying that, she's grown up pretty much on Simbambili, so it seems like Shadulu's spending a lot more time that side, so she's maybe moved over to the western or eastern side of her mom's territory and is going, okay, well, it smells familiar here. Mum claimed this area, so let me hang out in an area that Mum felt quite safe in. And then it'll expand a bit, move a bit. It's quite fluid until eventually she decides, okay, this is it. This is where I want to be. Obviously, pressures of other female leopards will influence that as well, as we just sidle up here to a herd of impala. I don't know if you can see them over the top there, Paul. Just a herd right over here in the darkness. And while Cara moves through her soon-to-be sort of territory, she's obviously looking for those den sites and suitable habitat for that. It's not uncommon for a female leopard to den in the same area she was born in. There's a familiarity to it. So a year and a half of exploration. Still honing those hunting skills. Learning the tricks of the trade. Catching these fellows. So I reckon these impala have been watching the storm in the distance and have also been feeling quite fulfilled. They probably know that all the action happened a kilometre or two away, so they feel like, okay, we're safe for now. A small crescent moon, so there's a bit of light. You can sort of see, but they're still out in the open. It's about hearing as well as seeing. When it's a calm, windy evening, calm windy, no wind, then they're generally far more relaxed. Okay, well, it sounds like Yapi is caught up to the thunder and lightning as well. Let's go and have a look.
So while there's not much energy being exerted by this male lion, if we look back at the clouds in the distance, you can see it's just dark. But every now and again, some thunder and lightning lights up the sky. And it's an unbelievable experience, actually. Like that. The intervals are quite long between them at the moment. And actually the clouds completely spread out all over the horizon, where early on it was clear. Cumulonimbus build up. It's amazing though, this massive storm, and you think it might come to Ngala side, but it actually moves past us on the northwestern side. Most of the storms we've had recently either passed down on the east or northwestern side. Just look at that. Wildflower, you love thunderstorms, so do I. I think they are really, really exciting. They give everything a little bit of life. Well, clearly not this male lion. with a heavy build-up on humid days, I've noticed often that cats especially, or all the animals really, but they get quite active. And then of course the rain itself and the life-giving force to this area. Looking at how green it is now, how much abundance of food there is, it's hard to imagine the reality of when this area was in the drought and at the height of it especially. In fact, in those times, animals like this lion, they were the ones that flourished. Jerome, some animals do get scared of these storms. Some of them take it as it comes. But I've seen with very, very loud thunder and lightning, it's overwhelming. The animals usually run for cover. They go into areas where they can hide away from it. Some animals do get affected by it more than others, so younger animals for sure, antelopes, giraffes, for instance. It's another little stretch. There's another deep sigh there. I can see near his nostril there's a small blade of grass. And if you have a look, you'll notice that it's moving as this lion's breathing in and out. I think while he's having a little snooze, we'll head over to Trish, who's on a bumble at the moment.
To laugh at, I made a song for my chameleons so that I could find them. That's what I'm doing at the moment. It's called Chameleon Queen. Billy Ocean remix. Chameleon Queen, you can change but you like green, and your eyes don't move as one. Come out, show everyone. Even Johan is dancing at the back. No chameleon has come out, despite my efforts of singing my song. Not even FC was impressed by my song. A lot of time and effort went through there while looking for chameleons and realizing that I need one every evening and I haven't found one. Director just came and said, "Sorry Trish, your song was magic." He sounded very enthused. But alas, it hasn't brought to me what I needed, which was the chameleon to hear the song and go, "Oh, I know that song, but the words are for me." So I'm looking for short, not too dense shrubs. That would be ideal. But what I often find is that you've got to do the road twice
once this way and once the other way, in order to see both sides of the bush for the light to reflect perfectly in order to find it. So let's turn around and try. I'm going to help myself by putting both sides of my lights on as well. Michelle, you'd like to know which animal species has the best night vision? Ooh. See, when people ask, I mean, not assuming that you're asking this question in this manner, but when people ask this question and they say which animal, I think they generally mean which mammal. Because now I'm thinking about every animal. From the mammals, I would say one of the cats. It's just that they can see a really low lux of, the amount of light, and they can increase their pupil size or dilate their pupils over 100-fold. That allows more light into their eye. Actually, I know the answer to this. The animal with the best night vision, and it's going to not be the answer you want, is a cockroach. A cockroach sees at ridiculously low levels of light. So, about 1 lux of light is approximately like a moonlit night. So if you can imagine how you can see in a moonlit night. So a cat needs about half that amount of light to see pretty clearly. So about half a lux. And a cockroach needs something like a couple photons per second in order to see. So there you go, Michelle. Bet not the answer you expected. I just had to, my brain is full of stuff. I had to sort through it. If there is something that can see better than a cockroach, which I'm sure there is somewhere out there, but as far as I know, for me, the thing that sees the best in night. I can't speak today. In the darkness, there we go.
Please join me this Saturday evening for a town hall meeting. It'll be live, and it's an opportunity for me to tell you about what Wild Earth is, where we're coming from, and where we're going to. And it's an opportunity for you to ask some questions, give us some feedback, and even maybe get more involved in Wild Earth going forward. 7:30 this Saturday evening, wildearth.tv. It's open to all. You've just got to be registered on our website, and we'd love to see you there.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I love being a cam up for Wild Earth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
The croc is still holding another one there.
It's holding from the hindquarters. I would really want. The wildebeest cross, is it trying? The croc is holding the tail. It's holding tight. Oh no. Goodness me. Lucky, lucky wildebeest. You have another day to live.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Not too much of a change here. But what I have noticed is that the little blade of grass in front of this lion's nose is still going. But it looks like it's not moving as vigorously as it did earlier, which makes me think that this lion is in quite a deep. No, he's actually blinking his eye. A bit of a twitch of the leg. Maybe it's involuntary. When we have a view like this, what I do want to do is I just want to maybe for 30 seconds count how many times that little blade of grass is moving. Get an idea of her breathing rate. It's amazing that such a large animal, such a fearsome animal can be so relaxed and without any care. I got 11 times in 30 seconds. That's like 22 times in a minute. I guess he's quite a relaxed lion. But from lions to leopards, some beautiful scenery this afternoon. Thank you so much for all our viewers joining us. And please join us again tomorrow morning when we can see what we'll be able to find then.